Good evening, baseball fans, and welcome to Corn Crib Stadium here in Bloomington, Illinois, for the first game of the KCL doubleheader between the visiting Blue Caps and the home Ground Sloths. Hello, everybody. Colin Woody here, ready to bring you the KCL doubleheader. The Blue Caps coming into this game with an 8-6 record, one game back of the first place Merchants, who we'll see later tonight against the 8-7 Bobcats, and the Ground Sloths coming into this game 5-10. A big game for both of these teams, trying to get back to where they think they should be. The Ground Sloths were on a 7-game losing streak after starting the season 4-3, but a win yesterday, and they are now back on track. They are 3.5 back of first place. As for the Blue Caps, they lost 2 days ago, and they're on a 1-game losing streak. Game yesterday versus the Bobcats got delayed due to lightning in the area. So it should be a fun one here tonight, folks. A beautiful night for baseball here in Normal, Illinois. And let's get these starting lineups underway. First, for the visiting Blue Caps, leading off and playing center field, Riley Hendren. Batting second and playing second base, Andrew Pishka. Batting third and playing shortstop, John Shuey. Batting fourth and the designated hitter, Caleb Royer. Batting fifth, the first baseman, Jacob Castleman. Batting sixth, the third baseman, Hunter Brewer. Batting seventh, the catcher, Nolan Bowles. Batting eighth, the right fielder, Braden Elliott. And batting ninth, to round things up for the Blue Caps lineup, the left fielder, Jake Morrill. As for the home Ground Sloths, they're about to take this field in just a minute here. Leading off and playing left field, Dalton Hobbick. Batting second, the second baseman, Shea Zabrozik. Batting third, the first baseman, Mateo Castillo. Batting fourth, the designated hitter, Carter Selk. Batting fifth, the shortstop, Jimmy Anderson. Batting sixth, the third baseman, Will Applegate. Batting seventh, the catcher, Nate Cooley. Batting eighth, the right fielder, P.J. Drzinski. And batting ninth, the center fielder, Chris Danko. We're going to take a short break. National anthem. Be back with first pitch right after this. Just about ready for this game to get going as the Ground Sloths, the home team for tonight, take the field. Want to apologize first off about the technical difficulties on the camera. We're working to get that fixed. Forgot a piece back at home. Have someone bringing it in. So we'll have the live stream video up in about a few innings. Ground Sloths are managed by Peyton Dillingham, and the Blue Caps are managed by Dave Lingle. Ground Sloths trying to get back on track. 5-10 record. Blue Caps at 8-6. Blue Caps have been very, very good at home this season. 6-2 record at home. 2-4 when they are the away team. Ground Sloths, on the other hand, have been better at home, but not much better. 3-4 record at home, 2-6 record on the road. On the mound for the Ground Sloths is going to be Mac Conklin, pitcher out of Illinois State University. Last summer, he played in the West Coast League last year and the Northwoods League. The right-hander, 6'1", 190 pounds. Conklin has a 1.75 ERA, 1.159 WHIP. Has allowed 2 earned runs, 7 walks, 12 strikeouts. It'll be Riley Hendren to lead things off, followed by Andrew Pishka and John Shuey. Ground Sloths in their typical uniforms, brown top, white coloring, white pants, Blue Caps with their white shirts, blue coloring, and white pants. Just about ready to go. Conklin steps on the mound, gets the sign from catcher Cooley. From the stretch, first pitch to Hendren. That's cracked to the right side, and we're underway. Start time just at about 5 o'clock. .83 and sunny here in Normal, Illinois. Beautiful night for baseball. So here's the 0-1 to Hendren. Breaking balls in there for strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes to Riley Hendren. Hendren batting .226 on the young season. 6 RBIs. Here's the 0-2. Able to hold up as appeal down the first base umpire says he did not go. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hendren also has tallied 4 stolen bases on the young season, go along with 7 hits. Here's the 1-2 from Conklin. Little chopper out in front. Third baseman Applegate charges, and that's going to be an infield hit. Would have been a tough play for Applegate to make, and the leadoff man is on to begin things here in the first. So the speedy Hendren gets on base. And here's Andrew Pishka. Throw over, Hendren back just in time. Pishka batting a ridiculous 400, 900 OPS, 8 RBIs, 8 hits, 2 stolen bases. Here's the first pitch from Conklin. That's bounce. Good stop from Cooley. 1 ball, no strikes. Hendren leads off a first. Conklin from the stretch. Holding, kicks, and the 1-0. That's in there, a ball and a strike. On the upper half of the plate, unplayed umpire Eric Prince says it is a strike. Here's a 1-1. Hendren goes. Pitches high for a ball. Throw down. Hendren is safe. A stolen base. And a runner in scoring position here for the Blue Caps. Two-one count to Andrew Pishka. Hendren off a second now, being held on by Zabrozik. Here's a 2-1. Swung on and missed. Strike 2 on the fastball. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count. Hendren off of second. Here's a 2-2. That's cracked to the right side. That'll get out of play. Humid day here in Normal, Illinois. Big lead from Hendren. Here's the 2-2. That's high and tight. Almost got a piece of Pishka. And the count runs full to the Blue Caps' number 2 hitter. Three balls, 2 strikes. Hendren off a second. Here's the pitch. That's going to be chopped right back to Conklin. He'll look the runner back to first. Throw a little low and picked easily by Castillo. 1 gone here in the top of the first. So 1-3 put out. And for the first out of the ball game here. And here's John Shuey. Looking to get back into things. Shuey, 13 hits on the season. That leads the Blue Caps. .351 average. Here's the first pitch. That's high for ball 1. Shuey, a 798 OPS, 10 RBIs, 3 doubles, and 4 stolen bases on his season. Here's the 1-0. Hendren goes. Pitch is taken high for a ball. Throw down, and Hendren is safe. So 2 stolen bases, the second of the inning for Hendren. And the first run of the game just 90 feet away for the Blue Caps. Pitch was taken high for a ball. Infield shaded back, looking like they will concede the run. Here's a 2-0. That's out of play to the left side. Hitting a piece of the box glass here at the corn crib. 2 balls, 1 strike. Hendren off of third. Conklin from the stretch. John Shuey up. Here's the 2-1. That's cracked into left, and that's going to get down for a base hit. Hendren scores easily, and an RBI single for John Shuey, and the Blue Caps are on the board here in the top of the first. So 1-0 game, and here's Caleb Royer. Just played his first game yesterday, 2 days ago for the Blue Caps. First pitch he sees is skied high to left field. Hobbick shading the sun will make the catch for the second out of the inning. 1 pitch, 1 out to Royer. 2 gone here in the top of the first. And here's Jacob Castleman. First pitch from Conklin is fouled to the left side for strike 1. Castleman, .219 on the season, 6 RBIs, 7 hits, .485 OPS, 1 home run. There goes the runner, and that's a little pop-up to the left side. Shortstop Anderson calls out Applegate, and he makes the catch, and the inning is over. So in that inning, 1 run, 1 hit, 1 error made by the ground Sloths, and 1 runner left on base. We've played half of inning here from the corn crib. It's the Blue Caps 1 and the ground Sloths nothing. Bottom of the first here from the corn crib, it'll be Dalton Hobbick, Shea Zabrozik, and Mateo Castillo due up for the Ground Sloths. And on the mound for the Blue Caps will be the right-hander Alec Bergman. His stats this season, 4 1/3 innings pitched, a 9.692 ERA, 2.077 whip. He's allowed 5 hits, 6 earned runs, 4 walks, and 3 strikeouts. He's faced 22 batters, but he will get the start for Dave Lingle and the Blue Caps. First pitch to Hobbick is chopped foul to the left side for strike 1. Working from the windup is Bergman. 0-1 is high, a ball and a strike. Here's the 1-1. That gets by the catcher. Bowles. Hobbick, a 258 average, 733 OPS, 8 RBIs, 8 hits, 11 stolen bases for the leadoff hitter. Here's the 2-1. That one's chopped to the left side. Brewer fields it. Throw on the first for the first out. And Hobbick is retired. A 5-3 putout for out number 1. First pitch to Shea Zabrozik is chopped foul. Zabrozik playing at second base for the Ground Sloths. 432 average. Here's the 0-1. Breaking ball's in there for strike 2. Quickly behind in the count. Bergman working from the windup. Gets a sign from Bowles. Kicks and the 0-2. Got him on the fastball on the outside corner. Zabrozik goes down swinging. 2 gone here in the bottom of the first. So 2 gone, and here's Mateo Castillo. 394 hitter, over 1,000 OPS, 13 hits on the season. First pitch is in there for strike 1. Bergman got Hobbick to ground out, struck out Zabrozik, and now Castillo takes a ball low, a ball and a strike. One ball, one strike the count. Here's the pitch. That's in tight. 2 balls, 1 strike. Castillo over at first base tonight. Here's the 2-1. Breaking ball just a bit outside. And the count rolls to 3 balls and 1 strike. Here's the windup and the pitch. That's bounced. Ball 4. So a 2-out walk here, and the inning continues. And Castillo bounced away from the catcher Bowles, and Castillo heads up play, goes to second. Boy, the Blue Caps fell asleep there on the wild pitch. And Castillo took advantage of it, and Dave Lingle is going to come out to argue. And a disappointed Dave Lingle, may I add. Boy, the Blue Caps falling asleep. And now here's Carter Selk. Castillo off of second, being held on by Shuey. Here's the first pitch to Selk. Is low for ball one on the breaking ball. What a wild sequence that was. Bergman now from the stretch. Here's the 1-0. That's low. 5 straight balls thrown by Alec Bergman. Selk, a .212 hitter, 748 OPS. 1 home run on the season, 2 triples. Here's a 2-0. Castillo goes. Pitch is way past the catcher, Bowles. And on the third goes Castillo. And the tying run is just 90 feet away. Three balls, no strike to Carter Selk. Castillo off a third. Bergman back to the windup. Here's the 3-0. That's inside, ball 4. Oh, called strike, actually, by home plate umpire Eric Prince. 3 balls, 1 strike to count. Here's the 3-1. That's also in there on the outside corner, and the count runs full. Big pitch upcoming. Here's a 3-2 offering. Breaking ball's cracked to the right side. That'll get out of play. Just about 5 feet foul over by the fence there in right field. We'll do it again at 3-2. Castillo walked and made it all the way to third. Now the full count pitch to Carter Selk. Here it is. Swung on and missed, strike 3. And the inning is over. In that inning, no runs, no hits, no errors made by the Blue Caps, and 1 runner left on base. We've played 1 full here from the Corn Crib. It's the Blue Caps 1 and the Ground Sloths nothing. Back now for the top of the second inning between the Blue Caps and the Ground Sloths. It'll be 6, 7, and 8 due up for the Blue Caps. Conklin back on for his second inning of work. 1-0 game, the Blue Caps lead from an RBI single from John Shuey. It'll be Brewer, Bowles, and Elliott here in the top of the second. Two teams in desperate need of a victory. Blue Caps 8-6 record. Ground Sloths a 5-10 record, just 3.5 back. Blue Caps need to keep up with the Merchants who play later tonight. First pitch to Brewer is chopped foul to the left side. Brewer, a .250 hitter, 614 OPS, 2 hits on the season, 2 RBIs. Conklin from the stretch. Here's the 0-1. Breaking ball just a bit high, ball and a strike. Here's the 1-1. That's high. Gets past the catcher, Cooley. 2 balls, 1 strike. As the on-deck hitter, Bowles will go and retrieve that baseball after the pass ball. No ball boys here in the KCL. Here's a 2-1. That's bounced. 3 balls, 1 strike to Hunter Brewer. Brewer out of Southwestern Illinois College. Here's the 3-1. That one's chopped to the left side. That'll go foul. And the count runs full. 3 balls, 2 strikes to count. Top of the second inning. Blue Caps leading 1-0. Here's a full count. Breaking ball froze him. Strike 3 on a beautiful breaking ball. 4 out number 1. Brewer is retired. So first guy is out here in the top of the second, and here's Nolan Bowles. Behind the dish here tonight for the Blue Caps. First pitch to him is swung on and missed, strike 1. Bowles, .259 hitter, .683 OPS, 5 RBI, 7 hits. 1 home run on the season. Go along with a stolen base as well. The 0-1 is outside, a ball and a strike. Bowles out of Grace College. Here's the 1-1. Did he go? No, says first base umpire Matt Reese. 2 balls, 1 strike to count. Here's the 2-1. That one's cracked in the air to the right side. Castillo in foul territory will make the catch. 4 out number 2. 2 gone here in the top of the second. So 2 gone, and here comes the number 8 hitter, Braden Elliott. Right fielder tonight for the Blue Caps. First pitch from Conklin is in there for strike 1 right down the middle. Elliott just above the Mendoza line, 200 hitter, 550 OPS, 1 RBI, 4 hits, 3 doubles, 1 stolen base. Here's the 0-1. That one's bounced. Good stop from Cooley. A ball and a strike to Elliott. One ball, 1 strike. Here's the kick and the pitch. That one's cracked to the right side, foul. The count rolls to 1-2. Here's 1-2. That one's grounded to the shortstop Anderson. He'll field it, throw on the first. Stretch by Castillo is a good one, and the inning is over. In that inning, no runs, no hits, no errors, and no runners left on base. 3 up, 3 down in the top of the second. We've played 1.5 here from the corn crib. It's the Blue Caps 1 and the Ground Sloths nothing. back now for the bottom of the second inning. It'll be 5, 6, and 7 due up for the Ground Sloths, beginning with Jimmy Anderson, who just made that throw over to first to end the top of the second frame. Colin Whitty here bringing you this first half of the KCL doubleheader between the Ground Sloths and the Blue Caps. Merchants and Bobcats coming up 20 minutes after this game. As Bergman's back on for his second inning of work. First pitch to Anderson is in there on the outside corner for strike one. Here's the 0-1. That's outside, a ball and a strike. Anderson, 200 batting average, 835 OPS, 7 RBIs, 6 hits, 1 triple, 2 home runs, 2 stolen bases. Has some pop in that bat. 1-1 is high. 2 balls, 1 strike. Anderson, a plus fielder as well over at shortstop. Here's a 2-1 from Bergman. Breaking ball in there on the curveball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Anderson out of Heartland Community College. 2-2 is low, and the count runs full yet again. Anderson, a two-way player. Will be a two-way player in college as well. Here's the full count offering. Breaking balls high and tight, ball 4. And shades of what happened last inning. Nolan Bowles gets that ball quicker than what he did for Mateo Castillo. So the leadoff man is on after a leadoff walk. And here's Will Applegate. Bergman from the stretch, throw over. Anderson back just in time. There's the first pitch to Applegate. That's fouled to the left side. That'll get into the seats. Taking a few bounces up here at the corn crib. Good crowd on hand for this KCL doubleheader. Throw over. Anderson back safely. Applegate, a .263 hitter. 563 OPS. 5 hits on the season. 1 RBI. Here's the 0-1. Runner goes. Pitch is grounded to the second baseman, Zabrozik. Only play the first, and it is made. Check that Pishka. And 1 gone here in the bottom of the second. Anderson goes to second. He was off on the pitch, and here's Nate Cooley. Runner in scoring position. Trying to tie things up are the Ground Sloths. Posting a 1-game win streak. First pitch is high after they lost 7 in a row. Covering a lot of these Ground Sloths games, it seems like they would either lose by a lot or win by a lot. Run differential, I can pull that up. 1-0 is in there for a strike. A ball and a strike. Ground Sloths run differential is 0. So they are even. How about that? And they are 5-10 on the season. Doing a lot of things to not win baseball games. Blue Cats with a -14 run differential. Here's the 1-2. And look back. Anderson back safely. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That one's cracked to the shortstop, Shuey, and he bobbles it. And Coley reaches on the E6. Talk about things that prevent you from winning ball games, errors. And that has been a recurring theme for all 4 KCL teams. First pitch to P.J. Drzinski is outside for ball 1. Second pitch is outside for ball. Throw down the third. Out is Anderson. Good throw from Bowles. And 2 gone after Anderson's caught stealing. Cooley remains at first. Here's a 1-1. That's outside. 2 balls, 1 strike. Two one is cracked to the left side and out of play. Here's a 2-2 outside, and the count runs full. Three two outside, ball 4. Second walk of the inning for Bergman, and there's 2 on with 2 out. And here comes the number 9 hitter, Chris Danko. First pitch is swung on and missed for strike 1. Coley off of second. He reached on there. Drzinski off of first. He just walked, and now Chris Danko. The 0-1. That's high and outside. Here's the 1-1. That's outside. 2 balls, 1 strike. Here's the 2-1. That's outside. Three balls, 1 strike. The count. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed on the fastball, and the count runs full, and the runners will be off. Here's the 3-2. Runners go. Pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 3, and the inning is over. A couple of walks in air. No runs scored. We played 2 full. Here from the Corn Crib, it's the Blue Caps 1 and the Ground Sloths nothing. Back now for the top of the 3rd inning. That'll be Jake Morrill to lead things off for the Blue Caps. They lead 1-0. Morrill to lead things off, followed by Hendren and Pishka. Conklin back on for his third inning of work. First pitch to Morrill. That's cracked into left field. That's going to get down for a hit. One pitch in, and the leadoff man is on to begin things here in the top of the third. Second hit of the night for the Blue Caps. So here's Riley Hendren. Lineup card flips over. First pitch is in there for strike one. Oh, 1. That's cracked to the right side. Here's the 0-2. That gets by the catcher Cooley, and on the second goes Morrill. A wild pitch. And the second run of the game for the Blue Caps is now in scoring position. Here's a 1-2 from Conklin to Hendren. Did he go? Yes, he did, says home plate umpire Eric Prince. A strikeout of Hendren. And one gone here in the top of the third. So here's Andrew Pishka. Bounce back to the pitcher, Conklin. Back in the first. First pitch to him is outside for ball 1. Here's the 1-0. That's in there. A ball and a strike. One is fouled back. And that one is in there for strike 3. Swung on and missed. 2 gone here in the top of the third. Here's John Shuey. Back-to-back strikeouts after the leadoff single from Morrill. Here's the first pitch. That's in tight. Ball 1. Shuey singled home a run back in the first inning, an RBI. Was stranded at first. One 0 is in there. A ball and a strike. And that one's cracked to the second baseman, Zabrozik. He'll field it cleanly. Throw on the first, and the inning is over. Leadoff single stranded at second. 2.5 here at the Corn Crib. It's the Blue Caps 1, Ground Sloths nothing. Back now for the bottom of the third. Top of the order due up for the Ground Sloths as they trail the Blue Caps here in the first game of the doubleheader. Colin Woody here bringing you the action. Little new pitcher on the mound for the Blue Caps, Parker Stone King. First pitch to Hobbick is in there for strike one. Get you the final line for starting pitcher Alec Bergman in just a second. As the 0-1 is cracked to the right side, in foul territory goes Elliott, and it bounces off his glove and into fair territory. Into second goes Hobbick. What a funky play that was. And the leadoff man is at second. Don't know if they'll rule that a hit, an error. Looks like they're going to rule it an E9. And here's Shea Zabrozik. That one's low. Here's a 1-0. That's cracked to the right side, foul. The 1-1 is low. 2 balls, 1 strike. Here's the 2-1. That one's grounded back up the middle, through for a base hit. Rounding third, throw down, and it bounced off the pitcher's mound, and scoring is Hobbick. In the second goes Zabrozik. And we're tied at 1. Now here's Mateo Castillo. That one's cracked foul into left. Here's the 0-1. That's in there. No balls, 2 strikes. Here's the 0-2. That's high. Here's a 1-2. That one's grounded to the left side. That's through for a base hit. Runner at third going to be waved. Throw down, play at the plate. He is out. What a throw from left from Maru to nab Zabrozik at home to keep this game tied. Castillo moves on the second. What a throw that was from the left fielder. Aggressive base running for the Ground Sloths. Bites them there. Here's the first pitch to Carter Selk. That's fouled back for strike one. 1-1 ball game here in the bottom of the third. Here's the 0-1. That's in there. Nothing in 2. Here's the 0-2. That's outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2. That's fouled back. Count remains at 1-2. Inning began with an error on the right fielder. Zabrozic single, scored a home run, followed by Castillo's single. And Zabrozic thrown out at home, and now Carter Selk with a 1-2 count. Called strike 3 on the outside corner. 2 gone here in the bottom of the third. And now here's Jimmy Anderson. He walked, but was caught stealing at third. First pitch is in there for strike 1. Final line for Alec Bergman. 2 innings pitched, no hits, no runs, 3 walks, and 3 strikeouts. And that one's cracked to the second baseman right at Pishka, and he nabs it, and the inning is over. A couple of singles, a thrown out on a beautiful play by the left fielder Jake Moreau, and we're knotted up at 1. We've played 3 here from the Corn Crib. Back now for the top of the 4th. Knotted up at 1 apiece between the Ground Sloths and the Blue Caps. Blue Caps now due up 4, 5, and 6. Lawyer, Castleman, and Brewer. Warrior flew out to left back in the first inning for out number 2. Conklin back on the mound for his 4th inning of work. Breaking balls in there for strike 1. Here's the 0-1. That one's cracked to the right side and through for a base hit. Picked up quickly by Drzinski, holding Warrior to a single. And the leadoff single begins things here in the top of the 4th. So leadoff single from Warrior. Now here's Jacob Castleman. He popped out to the shortstop to end the first. Leadoff man is on. 3rd hit of the night for the Blue Caps. First pitch to Castleman is high for ball 1. Here's the 1-0. Nasty breaking ball, and swinging on that was Castleman for strike 1. A ball and a strike. 1-1 is cracked foul to the left. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. Conklin from the stretch. Royer off of first. Kicks in the 1-2. Breaking ball way high. Here's the 2-2. That one's cracked into shallow left. In comes Hobbick, and in between Anderson, and that's going to drop for a hit. Back-to-back hits here in the top of the fourth for the Blue Caps. And there's 2 on with still nobody out. Here's Hunter Brewer. He struck out looking to lead things off in the second. First pitch is way high and tight for ball 1. Someone warming up in the Sloths bullpen as that one's low and outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Here's a 2-0. That's in there. Throw down the first. He is. Runner breaks for third, and he's going to be there. Heads up base running by Royer. Taking third after the throw down went to first to try to nab Castleman. Royer saw that all the way and was able to take third. Two-one, runner goes, no throw down. 3 balls, 1 strike. Three balls, 1 strike to count. Here's the pitch. That's outside, ball 4. So 2 singles and a walk, and the bases are loaded here with still nobody out. And Dillingham marches out to the mound. Go talk to Mac Conklin. One game here, top of the 4th. Brewer is on first, Castleman on second, Royer on third. Nolan Bowles due up. Still nobody out. And here we go. Big moment here. First pitch to Bowles is in there on the inside corner for strike 1. Bowles popped out to the first baseman Castillo in foul territory back in the second inning. Here's 0-1. Swung on and missed, strike 2. Losing the hat was Conklin on that fastball. No balls, 2 strikes to count. Corner shaded in for the ground sauce. Middle infield at double play depth. 1-1 game, top of the 4th. Here's the 0-2. That's high. A ball and 2 strikes. One ball, 2 strikes to count. Here's the pitch. That's bounce. Breaking for home is Royer. Throw down. He is safe. Tag a bit late after Royer breaks the plate, and some aggressive base running for the Blue Caps yet again from Royer. Again, taking third after the throw down the first, and now stealing home, and it's 2-1 Blue Caps. Here's a 2-2 now to Bowles. Runner's break. Pitch is lined just foul down the first base line. Just a bit foul. Here's the 3-2. That one's grounded to third. He'll step on the bag, throw to first. Double play. A do-it-himself 5-3 double play. 2 gone here in the top of the fourth. Heads-up play by Will Applegate. And that's going to be it for Conklin. His day is done after going 3 2/3. New pitcher coming on for the Ground Sloths. We're going to take a short break. Be back right after this. Back now, new pitcher on the mound for the Ground Sloths. First pitch to Braden Elliott, chopped foul. New pitcher for the Ground Sloths, Taylor Hafferman out of Blackhawk Community College. That one's high. That one's cracked in the left field. That's going to get down for a hit. Around third and being waved home is the runner, and he's going to be there in time. And on the second, and in there, out call is Elliott. Run does score. It's 3-1 Blue Caps. So after the single and nagging him down was the catcher Cooley, and that ends the inning. Couple of hits, a walk, and Some runners left on base for the Blue Caps. We head to the bottom of the fourth. It's the Blue Caps 3 and the Ground Sloths 1. Back now for the bottom of the fourth. It'll be Will Applegate to lead things off. 3-1 game, Blue Caps lead. Parker Stone King back on for his second inning of work. As we're just about getting ready to go. First game of this KCL doubleheader, and a new catcher for the Blue Caps. That's Cannon Klein. So he will come in and hit for Nolan Bowles. And here we go. First pitch to Applegate is in there for strike one. Applegate at a Parkland Community College. Second pitch is outside. A ball and a strike. Grounded out to second back in the second inning. That one's cracked up the middle. Good play by Pishka. Throw on the first to in time. And Applegate is retired. One away here in the bottom of the first. So another 4-3 put out. And here's Nate Cooley. First pitch from Stone King is changeup in there for strike one. That one's cracked into center. On comes Hendren. He will make the catch. Two away here in the bottom of the fourth. First pitch to Jerzinski is popped up high sky on the infield. Third baseman Brewer calls for it, and he makes the catch. 3 up, 3 down in the bottom half of the fourth. We head to the fifth. It's the Blue Caps 3 and the Ground Sloths still 1. Live now from the corn crib for the top of the 5th inning. Blue Caps leading the ground Sloths by a score of 3-1. Colin winning here, bringing you the first of the doubleheader of today's KCL Colonel Collegiate Baseball League matchup. It'll be the Merchants and the Bobcats in the second game, scheduled for 7 o'clock. Should start around 20 minutes after this game is concluded. It'll be 9-1-2 due up for the Blue Caps. Leading off with Jake Morrill. He singled back in the 3rd inning. First pitch to Morrill is outside for ball 1. Check that, it was in for a strike. Second pitch is cracked foul to the left side. Here's the 0-2. That one's cracked, and that hit the batter Morrill, so he'll take the bruise and take the base, and leadoff man is on here in the 5th. So here's Riley Hendren as the lineup card turns over after the leadoff hit by pitch of Morrill. Lucas Frank on the mound. First pitch, Morrill goes, pitches in there for a strike throwdown, and Morrill is safe. A stolen base. Second of the night for Morrill. 4th run of the game for the Blue Caps in scoring position. Here's the 0-1 from Frank. That's in tight. A ball and a strike. And look back. Runner goes for 3rd. Morrill, throw down is high. And unable to apply to tag is Applegate. Another stolen base. And now the 4th run of the game is just 90 feet away. Pitch was swung on and missed by the batter Hendren. Here's 1-2. Here's the 2-2. That gets by the catcher. Cooley, not getting too far. Pitch was inside for a ball. Here's the 3-2. That one's grounded to the shortstop Anderson. Breaking for home is Morrill. He will score. It's 4-1 Blue Caps here in the top of the 5th. 6-3 putout. RBI from Hendren. First pitch to Pishka is in there for strike 1. No 1 is cracked back foul. No balls, 2 strikes, the count on Pishka. Grounded back to the pitcher and has struck out tonight. Here's the 0-2 from Frank. That one's bounced. Here's the 1-2. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. 2 gone here in the top of the 5th. And here's John Shuey after 2 gone, following the strikeout of Pishka. First pitch from Frank is bounce for ball 1. One 0 is swung on and missed. Here's the 1-1. Did he go? Yes, he did, says home plate umpire Eric Prince. Here's the 1-2. That's high. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count. Here's the 2-2. That one's grounded foul to the right side. Castillo fields it, throws back to his pitcher. From the windup, here's the 2-2. That one's bounced. Here's the 3-2. That's grounded foul. Here's yet another 3-2 offering. That's high, ball 4, good at bat from Shuey, and a 2-out walk here, and the inning continues. First pitch is high and outside for ball 1. That one's outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Throw over, Shuey back safely. And that one's chopped foul. Two balls, 1 strike, the count to Royer. That one's by the catcher Cooley, and on the second goes Shuey. Wild pitch. 2-1, 3-1, excuse me, swung on and missed. And Shuey breaks for third, throw down. He is out. Aggressive base running from Shuey. And the inning's over. How about that? 1 run here in the top of the 5th. It's the Blue Caps 4 and the Ground Sloths 1. Back now for the bottom of the 5th. New pitcher on the mound, Jackson McDonald. And now Gage Wolf in at second, replacing Pishka. First pitch is in there for strike 1 to Chris Denko. So Pishka, defensive replacement. And swung on and missed yet again for strike 2. Here's the 0-2. Swung on and missed. 3 strikes. 4 out, number 1. First pitch to Hobbick is fouled back. And that's up high. Here's a 1-1. That one's cracked to the right side. That'll get out of play. Here's a 1-2 pitch. That's off the mask. And 1-2. That's high. Here's the 2-2. That's outside. Count runs full. Here's the 3-2. That's fouled, getting a piece of the catcher, Bowles. Three twos fouled back. We'll do it again. Jackson McDonald in relief in the bottom of the 5th inning. Here's 3-2. That's low, ball 4. A 1-out walk here in the bottom of the 5th. So 1-out walk. And that one's in there to Zabrozik. He struck out and singled with an RBI here tonight. Throw over. Hobbick back safely. 4-1 game here, bottom 5. Ground Sloths trailing the Blue Caps. Jackson McDonald on the mound. Hobbick goes. Pitches fouled to the right side. 0-2. Throw over, back safely. Oh, 2. Here's the pitch. That's cracked out of play. Oh, 2. Got him looking. Run up by Eric Prince. Got him looking. Out number 2. Here's Mateo Castillo. Getting new balls here. Here's Mateo Castillo. And they got him in a pickoff, and by the first baseman, Castleman, it goes. Around second, and on his way to third is Hobbick, and he will be there. Now he's going to break for home. Throw home. He's going to be there. Unbelievable. How about that base running from Dalton Hobbick? And a run scores for the Ground Sloths. 4-2. Don't know if Castleman maybe bobbled that in right field. If they're going to rule that an error, E1, maybe an E3. I don't know. And that one's in there to Castillo. One, that's low. 2 balls, 1 strike. And 2-1 is swung on and missed, strike 2. Here's a 2-2. That's foul to the right side. Two-two. Did he go? Yes, he did. And the inning's over. Not after a wild pitch, or excuse me, a wild play where Hobbit came around all the way from first when he was looked to be picked off. We head to the 6 here. 4-2 Blue Caps. Back now for the 6. It'll be Royer to lead things off. Frank back on the mound. Pitches outside for a ball. That one's low and outside. Here's a 2-0. That's in there. Here's a 2-1. That's inside. 3 balls, 1 strike to Royer. Three ones outside, ball 4. Leadoff walk here, top of the 6. First pitch to Castleman is in there for strike 1. 0-2, swung on and missed. Strikeout on 3 pitches. That one's outside. 1 ball, no strike. The count to Hunter Brewer. 4-2 game here, top of the 6th. Throw over. Back safely goes Royer. That one's bounced right back to the pitcher. Only play to first, and he will make it. And here's Cannon Klein batting for Nolan Bowles. That's in there for strike 1. One is swung on and missed. Strike 1. Here's the 2-2. That's fouled back. Called strike 3 on the outside corner, and the inning is over. We head to the bottom of the 6th. It's the Ground Sloths 2, Blue Caps 4. Back now for the bottom of the 6th. Carter Selk to lead things off. 4-2 game, Blue Caps lead. New pitcher on the mound for the Blue Caps, sidearm thrower. Selk has struck out twice tonight. That one's cracked deep into center. Back goes Hendren. It's over his head and all the way to the wall and bouncing over for a ground rule double. And Selk is in the second standing up. Jack Robertson, new pitcher on the mound for the Blue Caps. He replaces Parker Stone King. Pitch is in there to Jimmy Anderson for strike one. So Selk, a deep double to the deepest part of the ballpark. And Anderson fouls that to the right side. One ball, two strike the count to Jimmy Anderson. That's fouled back. Here's a 1-2. That's outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two twos outside. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And that's ball 4 and gets away. Selk on the third now. Anderson walks. Here's Will Applegate. Runners on the corners. First pitch is in there for strike 1 to Applegate. Selk doubled. Anderson walked. Runners on the corners. Throw over. Back safely. That one's skied into left foul. Oh, 2 and the throwovers back safely. Swung on and missed, strike 3. That's inside to Cooley. So the strikeout of Applegate. Here's the 2-0. That one's grounded to short. Chance for 2. On the second for 1. Throw the first. Double play! A 6-4-3 double play. And the Blue Caps get out of the inning. A huge double play ends things here in the bottom of the 6th. We head to the 7th. Still 4-2 Blue Caps. Back now for the top of the 7th inning. For the Blue Caps, Braden Elliott to lead things off. New pitcher on the mound for the Ground Sloths, Kellen Hirschberger. He is committed to Trinity Christian College. Outside ball 1. Second pitch is inside ball 2. 2-0 is in there for a strike. Two one is in tight. Here's the 3-1. That's in tied. Ball 4. Leadoff walk here. First pitch is in there, low for ball 1. That's in there for strike 1, a ball and a strike. The count to Jake Merrill after Elliott walked. Merrill was hit by a pitch and a single, and that pitch goes to the backstop, and on the second goes Elliott. Here's a 2-1. That's outside. 3 balls, 1 strike. That one's in the left, and that's going to drop for a hit around third. And being held is Elliott. Morel off the first. His second hit of the game. So the top of the order now, lineup card switched over. Here's Riley Hendren. And taking second easily is Merrill. Second pitch is inside, ball 2. That one's cracked into left. Over to his left goes Hobbick. He makes a catch. Runner at third tags. That's Elliott, and he scores easily without a throw. It's 5-2 Blue Caps. Here's Pishka after the sac fly from Hendren. 5-2 Blue Caps. That one's cracked in the right center. Over to his left goes Danko. He will make the catch. Seeing it late was Merrill, and he'll have to remain at second. 2 gone here in the top of the 7th. And here's John Shuey. First pitch is inside for ball 1. 1-0 is low. That one's outside. 3 balls, no strikes. That one's in there, automatic strike. Here's the 3-1. That's inside ball 4. May have got a piece of Shuey. And there's runners on the corners. First pitch to Caleb Royer is high for ball 1. That one's in there for a strike. One's fouled off the umpire. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. Hirschberger trying to limit it just to 1 run here in the top of the 7th. Here's 1-2. Runner goes, pitches high for a ball and taking second easily on that one is Shuey. Runners on third and second. Here's the pitch to Royer. That's outside, ball 3. Here's a 3-2. That one's cracked right back, or excuse me, got a piece of it off his leg, foul ball. Three-two is grounded to second. Played cleanly by Zabrozik, and he throws him out, and the inning is over. 1 run, off of 1 hit as we head to the bottom half of the 7th inning. Last chance for the ground sloths coming up. It's 5-2 Blue Caps. back now. Last chance for the Ground Sloths to try and get a rally going. It'll be Cameron Anderson to try and close it out. Check that. Anthony Pardo will try and close it out. New pitcher. First pitch is swung on and missed for strike one. New pitcher for the Blue Caps. A new guy, Anthony Pardo. That one swung on and missed, strike two. Quickly ahead of it. PJ Drzinski, 8-9-1, due up for the Sloths. Here's the 0-2. Called strike three. 3 pitches, 3 strikes right down the middle. And the leadoff man is gone here in the bottom of the 7th. How about that start from Pardo? That one's low. One is high. Here's a 2-1. Three ones in there. And that one's ball 4. A walk from Danko. And a one out base runner here for the Ground Sloths. First pitch to Halbeck is high. Second pitch is in there for a strike throw down, and safe is Danko. One is high. 2 balls, 1 strike. Two balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count to Zabrozik. Check that Halbeck. Here's the pitch. That's fouled back. That'll get out of play right by us in the broadcast booth. 5-2 game. Blue Caps lead. Here's a 2-2. That's cracked to the right side and out of play. Pardo trying to close things out. Give the Blue Caps their 9th win of the season. Here's the pitch. Did he go? Yes, he did, says first base umpire Matt Reese, who's fielded right by the shortstop. And 2 gone here in the bottom of the 7th. First pitch to Zabrozik is lined in the right field and down for a hit. Into the corner it goes. Stanko's going to score, and on the way to third easily is Zabrozik without throw. A 2-out triple here, and the tying run's going to come to the plate. It just got a lot more interesting. And a hot hitter up in Mateo Castillo. First pitch to Castillo. Two balls, no strikes, the count to Castillo. A homer here would tie things up. 2-0 is in there for a strike. 2 balls, 1 strike, the count. Three balls, 1 strike, the count to Castillo. That one's cracked up the middle. Going to be a tough play. Long throw. He is safe. Castillo legs out the infield hit. Run scores. It's 5-4. And here's Carter Selk. Home run would tie it. How about this? That's swung on and missed, strike 1. Oh, 1. I think they just called a balk. Indeed they did. A balk called, and now the tying run is in scoring position for Selk. Here's the pitch. That's swung on and missed way late. No balls, 2 strikes. Nothing into the count. And that's fouled back. Here's 0-2. Swung on and missed, strike 3, and that's the ball game. The Blue Caps hold on the lead after the ground sloths try and come back here in the bottom of the 7th, and they take this one by a final score of 5-2. It was starting pitching, some big-time key hits for the Blue Caps that paid dividend, and the Blue Caps go to 9-6, and the Sloths fall to 5-11. Doubleheader of the game of the KCL game coming up after this. It'll be the Bobcats and the Merchants. It'll be about 20 minutes. But that's all I got for you. Griffin Leonard will be on the other side calling that game, game 2 of this doubleheader. But the final score from game 1 of the doubleheader, the Blue Caps 5 and the Ground Sloths 4. We'll be back in about 20 minutes for game 2.
Welcome into the Corn Crib for today's second game of the doubleheader, where we have the Bobcats and the Merchants squaring off. Griffin Leonard, delighted to be with you here for the second game of today's doubleheader. If you're just joining us and you missed game one, the Blue Caps continue to do well atop the KCL, and they defeated the Ground Sloths. Griffin Leonard here for the call. The Merchants, the guest today. And it'll be Ashton Horsham to start things off for the boys in orange. Cameron Clifton on the mound for the Merchants. And we get set to go. There's a first pitch ball on the outside edge. And it is not Ashton Horsham, excuse me. When I made my scorebook, I believe I switched the teams. The 1-0 is popped up into center field. It should be an easy play. Standing under it is the center fielder, and there is one away. A quick out here as I try to reset my scorebook here, and it was Alec McGinnis, the leadoff batter, who flew out to begin the game. It's Luke Kelly on the mound for the Merchants. Cameron Clifton starting the game for the Bobcats. So one out quickly after the fly out to center. And it's Dan Moselle who fouls off the first pitch just over my head. Made quite the sound. I'm wondering if you guys could hear that on the broadcast or not, but it was right over us. No balls and a strike. Dan Moselle, the second batter in this Bobcat lineup. All righties in the top half of the starting nine, as there's the 0-1. It's in there for a strike to make it 0-2. Luke Kelty, the right-hander on the mound, retired the first out quite quickly. He's got Clay Kahn, Cody Morton, Danny Mao, and Mason Nauman as his infield, with Dawson Foster behind the plate. 0-2. It's a pitch that blazes high, 1-2. A ball and two strikes, one away. A beautiful late afternoon turned evening here at the Corn Crib as the summer day is really starting to set in as the 1-2 is off the end of the bat, grounded very softly foul. It rolls to the Merchants' dugout and a new ball into play for another 1-2. The Bobcats trying to take advantage of the Merchants who have been sliding as of late and see if they can work themselves back into the regular season conversation as that pitch misses high, 2-2. Dan Moselle, right from right here in Normal, Illinois, playing his collegiate ball at Augustana. Digs back into the right-handed batter's box. Kelty brings the ball to his shoulder blades and comes forward with the 2-2. It's pop foul just over the screen and clanking off one of the seats down the first base line, and the kid runs up the stairs to claim it. He's already got a foul ball in his hand, and he ran right by the second one, but I believe he spotted it, and now he's got two. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kelty, the right-hander, comes back, his left leg comes up, and he comes forward, and the pitch is flared into the deep part of the right side of the infield. It's caught by the first baseman, Nauman, and there's 2 away. Another one off the end of the bat that never really had much carry on it, and there's 2 down. Two outs quickly here in the top half of the first. Chase Weiss, the 3-hole hitter for these Bobcats, also a Normal, Illinois product. And the infielder digs in. No one on, 2 out. Kelty's retired the first 2 with a couple of fly balls and gets a swinging strike here to start off this at-bat. Luke Kelty from Spring Valley, Illinois. As with most everyone on the KCL roster, an Illinois native. And he comes forward with the 0-1. Swung on and missed. That one took a little bit of speed off, but still found the zone and found a swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes. Staring down at the catcher is Kelty, and he comes forward in the direction of Dawson Foster, who catches the ball that was outside, and it's 1-2. Luke Kelty working very quickly. Chase Weiss back in the box. His elbow guard pointed at the pitcher, Kelty. Right on right matchup, and here's the 1-2. A curveball popped up second base side. Mao tracking, finds it, and makes the catch. 3 up, 3 down, and that will end the top half of the first. Pretty uneventful from the Bobcat offense, and we'll see if the Merchants can do anything in the bottom half. We'll be right back. Bottom half of inning number 1, Griffin Leonard, pleasure to be with you all for this KCL doubleheader. I'd like to thank you for taking some time out of your Wednesday night. A busy night in sports, the NBA draft tonight, as well as some Copa America action and some KCL baseball. The Merchants dig in for the bottom half of the first. It's Ashton Horsham, and this time I'm confident that it is Horsham, and there's a first pitch strike on the outside edge. It's Cameron Clifton on the mound for the Bobcats, and the righty comes out of the windup and delivers a fastball, which is hit high into the air. Center field coming in is Chase Weiss, and he makes the catch after calling off Thompson. 1 down, a lot of balls in the air here early, but nothing's landed yet in this game. Clay Kahn, the left-handed hitter, steps into the box, and he'll face Clifton. Left on right matchup, and the first pitch is in there for a strike. The platoon advantage, as they call it. Clay Kahn with just a hair of a fraction of a second more to react to the baseball coming in, and there's a ball for ball 1. And now when I played, I always found it a little harder to hit off lefties. I don't know. Maybe I just didn't face him enough to get used to him. 1-1. Curveball taken high, 2-1. Clifton, the starter, playing his baseball at Illinois Community College as the pitch is hit right back up the middle. It's a base hit for Clay Kahn, the first of the game. That was right back at the pitcher, just a foot or two over his head, and it's a 1-out single. Colin Whitty announcing Cody Morton to the plate. Colin was joining us for the first half of the game, or at least the first game of the doubleheader, as Kahn takes off on the first pitch. Ball's high, throw down to second is not in time. It's a stolen base just ahead of the throw. Just ahead of the throw beats it out, and he's got a stolen base. 1-0 the count. Colin, now our PA announcer here at the Corn Crib. You love to hear it. A ball and no strikes. Clifton checks on second, comes home, and the pitch is popped up. Long run for Summers. It's over his head, and it falls in the gap between the second baseman and the right fielder. Kahn will move up to third, and it's another base hit for the Merchants. That was in no man's land. Tough break for the Bobcats, who got soft contact. And now runners on the corners for the Merchants. It's Luca Morelli. Hit a double down the line a few games ago, and now a check down on first. Back safely is Cody Morton. Morton stands on first base. Clay Kahn now on third. And one away. Pitch to Morelli is in there for a strike. No balls and a strike. Luca Morelli, Illinois Wesleyan product, and the runner steals. It'll be a defensive indifference as there is not even a thought of a throw. Morton up to second. So runners on third and second. The defensive alignment: Dan Moselle, Alec McGinnis, Bennett Summers, and Hayden Stork in the infield. They all remain in their normal positions rather than coming in. 0-2. Pitch just high. The outfield for the Bobcats: Brady Alexander, Chase Weiss, and Trey Thompson in right field to round out the outfield three. Runners on second and third, one out, and the count is 1-2. Here's the pitch from Clifton. It's a curveball. Got the outside edge. Ring him up, strike three. Two down here in the bottom half of the first. That's a big pitch. The runners hold. No one scores quite yet, but Chris Casey trying to change that. First pitch near his head, ducked out of the way, or did it tink off of him? Yes, it does, says our home plate umpire, and the bases are loaded. So Jake Stewart will bat with two down and the bases juiced. Clifton trying to escape a jam, delivers a first pitch fastball way outside. A ball and no strikes to the six-hole hitting Jake Stewart. He has Mason Nauman and Dawson Foster following him up in the order. Here's the 1-0. Stewart lifts a ball into shallow center field. Coming in on it is Weiss, but he's not going to get there. One will score in Kahn, and Morton comes around to score a second. Chris Casey moves up to second on the throw into the infield, and it's 2-0. Another soft hit ball into no man's land. And it is 2-0. Mason Nauman hitting now with 2 on and 2 out. The Merchants take the early lead, and the first pitch to Nauman is on the outside corner for a called strike. A long first inning for the Bobcats defensively. Clifton's 0-1 is a slider, broke in and caught the letters for a called strike 2. 0-2 the count to the 7-hole hitting Mason Nauman. The lefty back into the batter's box, left foot towing the back line. Watches the 0-2 skid down into the dirt, bouncing in front of the catcher Martis, who blocks it, keeping the runners in place, and it's 1-2. A ball and 2 strikes. Clifton from the windup, and it's fouled away. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 men on and 2 out. A big pitch upcoming. Here it is from Clifton. The righty delivers, and it's fouled off. It'll stay in play, but it hooks into the bullpen just out of reach of Dan Moselle, just about 3 steps away from that one. And the count remains alive. The catcher, Dawson Foster, in the on-deck circle with the knee pads on. And they will remain on until he has to take them off. That ball is flared into right field. Tracking is Thompson, and he makes the catch in the sun. And that ends the frame. 2 runs in for the Merchants. And they lead. We'll be back for the second. Inning number 2 at the Corn Crib, 2-0. The Merchants lead after a couple of runs. And back on the mound goes Luke Kelsey to try to hold the Bobcats firm at 0. No runs, no hits in the first inning, and they will try to change that with the 4, 5, 6 hitters. Hayden Stork, Brennett Summers, and Nick Martis. Here's Stork in the box. Swings and misses at the first pitch on the outer half. It was a fastball, and it's 0-1. The shadows creeping into the outfield. They long ago passed home plate. Center field still illuminated, but right and left for the most part under the shade as the 0-1 misses low. It's Jake Stewart in left, Aston Horsham in center, and Chris Casey manning the short porch in right. The count's even at 1-1 to the first batter of the inning. Coming set is Kelty, and he delivers from the letters and misses outside with the slider. It's 2-1. The infield, at least the middle infield, at the edge of the outfield grass. And the corner infielders about halfway between the edge of the dirt and the start of the outfield. As the 1-1 is hammered, but it will hook foul. That ball was destroyed, and it would have had the distance to get out of the ballpark, but it was about 10 feet foul. Two and two the count. 2 balls and 2 strikes. A fresh ball on the play as the previous ball is still sitting there on the hill, but a parent is going over to retrieve it. 2-2. Stork back in the box. The pitch from Kelty. A curve ball. It had a lot of hook on it, but not enough to dip it back into the strike zone, and it's 3-2. Full count. Kelty trying to keep his perfect batter's streak alive. Payoff pitch incoming from the right-hander. And he misses low, ball 4. A leadoff walk for the Bobcats. Bennett Summers will be the next to hit. The right-hander will take his place in the batter's box after a quick look at his third base coach for potentially something on here. The middle infield at double play depth, and Mason Nauman at first base holding on Stork. Kelty slowly comes set and comes home. Hit hard third base side through the gap. It was on the backhand side of the shortstop Morton and about 3 feet out of reach, and it's a single to put 2 men on with no one out. First hit of the game for the Bobcats. Up to second goes Hayden Stork. And a real scoring chance now for the Bobcats. It's Nick Martis. Another guy from right here in Normal, Illinois. And it's listed as RVC, his college. Now, I'm not from around here, so I will be the first to say I don't know what RVC stands for. But if anybody wants to tell me in the chat, then I'll know for the future. First pitch to Martis on the outside corner for a strike. And I guess if nobody knows, maybe I'll Google it in the middle of the inning. 0-1 count. Luke Kelty staring down his catcher, Foster. He's got Stork on second and Summers on first. A tough go here in the top of the second, potentially. Kelty looks him back at second and now comes forward with the 0-1. Hard hit, same spot, but now under the glove of Morton. That one will be cut off by the left fielder, but not before a run scores. Held at third will be Bennett Summers, and it's 2-1. That'll go as an error. And that is inexcusable. So an E6, the decision. And here we go. 2-1 the score. First pitch, a strike on the outside corner. Morton assessed the error that made it 2-1. Staring down Martis at first is Kelty. Now he comes set with runners on the corners and spins and fires to first. It was a awkward looking move to first base, but back safely as the runner. One ball and no strikes. Bennett Summers, the tying run, just 90 feet away from tying this game. His lead making it closer to 80. The pitch. A pop-up, foul, third base side, out of play. No balls and 2 strikes as the hitter Thompson's worked himself into a hole, but still a big opportunity to drive in a run or two. Martis still standing on first base, takes a step off, and here comes the pitcher. Kelty got him on the changeup, snuck in just under the letters on the outside corner, and there's one away. That is a huge out for the Merchants, trying to get out of this inning, maintaining the lead. One out, and the Merchants with a little bit of hope to get out of this inning now. Throw over to first. Brady Alexander finally sees his first pitch. The throw goes down to second, not in time, and aggressive was Bennett Summers, who will score. As soon as the throw went down from Foster, Summers was on his heels to score, and he has tied this game. Two to two, and a man in scoring position. Heads up base running from the Bobcats. Foster's throw is just a tad late. Here's the 1-0 from Kelty. Change up, dove inside, missed a little low as well, 2-0. The pitch on the 2-0 popped into shallow center. Tracking it is the second baseman Mao, but he's not going to get there. It falls in front of the center fielder Horsham, and it's a one-out single. Another ball into no man's land. It'll advance Martis to third, but only to third. And the runners are on the corners. One down, men on the corners for the Bobcats, who have tied the Merchants here in the second. Luke Kelty's run into some trouble. He looks at first, now comes set, and will deliver with a slide step. The pitch is fouled away. 0-1. Left-handed batter, so Cody Moten, the shortstop, already in double play depth, but even closer to the second base bag. Meanwhile, Danny Mao, the second baseman, would have a long way to run should the ball be hit to the third base side. No balls and a strike, and now a quick throw over to first base. Alexander dives head first back in. He's in there safely. Now the 0-1. A curveball way high. This time Foster will not throw down. And it is 1-1. One ball and one strike. The pitch. Popped up, foul, and into the seats, 1-2. One ball and two strikes. The pitch from Kelty struck him out. A good off speed on the outside corner. And there are two away. Two outs, and a chance for the Merchants to get out of it with the game tied. A ground ball right side. It's fielded by Mao. A hop and a throw to first in time, and that is the inning. We head to the bottom of the second. We'll be right back. Bottom half of inning number 2. As the Merchants try to snag their lead back after the Bobcats answered with 2 of their own in the top half. Griffin Leonard here with you for the second half of today's doubleheader. The first pitch is high and tight out of the hand of Cameron Clifton. Dawson Foster, Danny Mao, and Ashton Horsham, the 8-9-1 hitters here in inning number 2. 1-0 from Clifton. Fastball outside corner, strike 1. A ball and a strike. Already some action in the Merchants bullpen as well as the ground Sloths, but we'll see when and if those arms come in, or maybe they're just getting in a scheduled bullpen. 2-1 as that pitch misses outside. Clifton from the windup now comes forward, the right-hander, with the curveball that had a mile of movement on it, tipped into the glove of Martis, and it's 2-2. The right-hander, Danny Mao, awaits in the on-deck circle. The 2-strike pitch upcoming from Clifton. The knee comes forward, and another curveball, but this time lower and held off. 3-2. Three balls and 2 strikes. Here it is. Popped up high into the air. Right field. Trey Thompson will come in, call off his infielder, and make the catch. There's 1 away. Another one of those balls that was into no man's land, but this one hung up just a little bit, and there's 1 down. First pitch to Mao, bounced up the middle. Jump throw from the second baseman. Stretch from at first, and he's safe. Oh, my goodness. That would have been marvelous. It was up the middle from Danny Mao. Bennett Summers gloved it on the backhand, jumped and threw to Stork, who had to stretch and maybe just came off the bag. It'll be rightly scored a hit and an infield single, but oh, my goodness, what a play that could have been. First pitch to Ashton Horsham is a called strike. Oh, 1 with the man on first. Slide step from Clifton, and he finds the outside corner with a curveball. No balls and 2 strikes. Oh, 2 misses outside. 2-2, the Merchants have out-hit the Bobcats 4-2 in this game. And the go-ahead run on first base, the 1-2, popped away, out of play, foul. Two balls and 2 strikes. A check on first, and now Clifton comes home and lost his grip on that curveball. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Horsham will be followed up by Clay Kahn and Cody Morton. The 3-2 hit high into the air into left field. Tracking it with a long way to go is Brady Alexander. He makes the catch. Catch on the run, 2 down. So Clay Kahn will bat with 2 away. Danny Mao, the 9-hole hitter, breaks on the first pitch, and it's hit Clay Kahn. Clay reaches for the second time today on a hit by pitch after he singled the first time, and there's 2 on, 2 out. 2 outs, 2 on. First pitch to Morton is in there for a strike. A fastball in the top part of the zone, 0-1. Oh, and 1, the pitch, a curveball hit into left field. That'll bounce once in front of the left fielder, Alexander. They're going to hold Mao at third, and that's a good thing, too, because that throw was to the catcher on one hop very quickly. The bases are loaded after a single from Morton, and another big spot here for the Merchants. It'll be Luca Morelli who struck out swinging. First pitch, strike, swinging. And it's 0-1. No balls and a strike. The pitch from Clifton, a slider, got the outside of the zone. That's a big strike, puts him ahead 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes. The pitch from Clifton, a slider just a couple inches away from the spot he hit on the last pitch, 1-2. A ball and 2 strikes. Clifton from the windup with the bases loaded. The right-hander brings the knee up and comes home, and that one misses high, 2-2. Two, just off the outside edge of the plate. That one looked really good on the outside corner, but didn't get the call, and the count is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The bases loaded. The runners will be on the move. Morelli digs in. Clifton into the windup. Everyone takes off, and the pitch is hit into right center field. Tracking it is Thompson, but it will get by. Off the wall on 2 bounces. The bases will clear, and the right fielder Thompson has dropped the ball. That'll allow Morelli to move all the way to third, where he stands with a 3 RBI triple. Oh, what a clutch hit from the Merchants. Five to 2 rather. They will give Thompson an error, allowing Morelli to head to third, so it'll be scored as a double. And here's the first pitch to Chris Casey. He swings through it. He was hit by a pitch his first time, but will need to hit a pitch if he's going to score another run here. 5-2 after a big 6th hit for the Merchants, brings in 3. The pitch misses high. One ball and 1 strike. Slider poked into shallow right center. That one's going to die out, but Trey Thompson makes the catch on the run coming in. But not before 3 runs make it 5-2. We'll head to the third right after this. Top of the third inning. 5-2 after a couple of big runs by the Merchants. And a new pitcher out on the mound for the boys in the sky blue. It's Tyson Sorensen. He will pitch for the Merchants here in the third on as they try to hold on to this 3-run lead. The Bobcats send the 2-3-4 hitters to the plate, and it's Dan Moselle to begin, who popped out in the first base side of the infield to begin, or earlier in this game, rather. First pitch strike to begin the inning on the outside corner. Sorensen with a very herky-jerky motion starts that plant foot on the far right of the rubber as the pitch is slammed into left field for a base hit. Leadoff single for the Bobcats. Chase Weiss will bat with 1 on and no 1 out. Sorensen has that foot on the rubber centrally and then brings that right foot all the way across, kind of crossing over his body. Not as extreme out of the stretch, but allows him to kind of have a natural slide step with his knee all the way across his body to begin with. There's a first pitch strike to Chase Weiss. Weiss also popped out in the infield his first time up to the second baseman, Danny Mao. 0-1, Mao and the shortstop Cody Morton in double play position, trying to turn 2 and get rid of this base runner. The Merchants to this point have out-hit and outscored the Bobcats by 3 runs. The pitch swung on and missed. Big cut, and it's 0-2. The sky beginning to change color as the sun slowly begins to set. Just a few minutes from sunset here in Normal, Illinois. And here's the 0-2. Breaking way early. They're going to throw down to second. The throw pulled Mao off the bag, but he recovers to make the tag and the out. Dan Moselle broke early. The throw went down to second base and pulled Mao off the bag. But they throw him out, and there is 1 away. An unorthodox first out, but they'll take it, and now 0-2 with 1 away and no 1 on. Here it is. A curveball hooking down into the dirt, rolling to the backstop off the glove of Foster. It's 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes. And time called by Chase Weiss at the plate. 8:23 local time. Sunset today at 8:31. And here's the 1-2. A curveball. It drops down to the strike zone, and he golfs it in between the first and second baseman. It's a 1-out single for Chase Weiss, who's now 1 for 2. Hayden Stork walked his first time up, and he walks to the plate with 1 away. And now you got to think about that caught stealing, how big it would have been to potentially move him to third on that single. Aggressive lead from Weiss at first. And a swing and a miss at the first pitch. Now, the downside of his stance, Sorensen's stance at the mound, is that it would be much harder to spin and throw. And in theory, the runner leading would have all the time in the world to dive back, with so much movement having to come from Sorensen to redirect his body as that pitch goes to the backstop. It was way outside, and moving to second is Chase Weiss. A ball to strike. And 1 out with a man on second base. Weiss leading off. He's got Danny Mao softly holding him on, and now Mao backs a couple steps away. Here it is, the 1-1. Inner half fastball just missed. 2-1. Two balls and a strike. A jumpy lead off second from Weiss. Sorensen staring him down. And now steps off. 2-1, the count. A meeting at the mound. Sorensen and his catcher, Dawson Foster, having a quick chat, making sure they're on the same page. Sorensen, I'm sure, with Chase Weiss still in the back of his mind, and I'm sure that's exactly Weiss's hope, to distract the pitcher as much as possible, take his minds off the batter at the plate. 2-1, fastball outside corner, strike two. That is a perfect placement for that fastball. 2-2 upcoming. One down and a man on second. Sorensen brings the ball to his waist, a dip at the waist, and he gets ready to come home. 2-2, misses low. The count is full. Payoff pitch upcoming to the cleanup hitter, Hayden Stork, who walked his first time up. One more ball will have the same result. 3-2. The payoff pitch. Slide step delivery, foul ball, hit hard down the third base line down to the bullpen. We'll do it again. Three and two, the count. Weiss leading off a little more conservatively on second base with Danny Mao standing there. Now jumping a couple steps farther and coming home is Sorensen. The ball's lifted into right field. It hung up there and it's caught. Now going back to second and not in time. Oh, it looked good. Chris Casey made the catch and fired in a crow hop throw to Cody Morton at short. And that was oh so close to doubling up Chase Weiss, who took a hard secondary after the ball was hit. But in the end, just one out. Weiss back safely into second base, and there's two away. And the 5-hole hitter, Bennett Summers, will come to the plate. He singled to left field his first time up. Here it is. First pitch strike. No balls and a strike to Bennett Summers. Summers out of nearby Heartland Community College. A shuffle, and he comes home. The 0-1 is lifted deep into center field. Going to his left is Horsham. It's over his head, but he cannot make the catch over his shoulder. He got his glove on it, but it fell. The run scores from second, and Bennett Summers strolls into second base. We'll await the scoring on that, but it looked like Horsham could have caught that baseball. They're going to call it a hit. Either way, it's 5-3. And here's Nick Martis. Martis reached on an error his first time up. We're having some camera issues, and I will address those in just a moment's time. First pitch upcoming from Sorensen with the tying run at the plate. It's a curveball in the dirt, gloved by the catcher, holding the runner Summers at second base. 1-0 is the count. A ball and no strikes, two down. 5-3, the Merchants lead the Bobcats here in Game 2 of today's KCL doubleheader. The 1-0 pitch is a fastball high of the zone, called ball 2, and there's the camera. How about that? Lost it for a moment, as we typically do during these long doubleheaders. But a simple battery change, and we're good to go. 2 balls and no strikes. Summers off of second, and the pitch comes home down in just a bit low of the knees, and it's 3-0 to Nick Martis. Martis working the count the furthest in his favor he possibly can, and now Sorensen will have to come all the way back. Sorensen stares down the runner, comes home on the 3-0 and misses low. A 4-pitch walk to Nick Martis. No action in the Merchants bullpen at the moment. Sorensen looked very good for his first batter and since then has struggled. Trey Thompson will bat. The 7-hole hitter, he's batting with men on first and second and 2 away. The score 5-3. The tying run on first. The go-ahead at the plate here in the top half of the third inning. The pitch outside, ball 1. Sorensen trying to recover and get out of this inning with the lead. 1 ball, no strikes. Sorensen, the slide step delivery, misses in the same spot, 2-0. And now time called, and we'll see both Dawson Foster and the Merchants coach head out to have a conversation. Another long half inning. No defensive zeros up on the board since the top half of the first. The infield stays back, and it's just a 3-man conversation. Also, Jake Stewart and Ashton Horsham in left and center field having a conversation in dead center. When we resume, the count will be 2-0. Trey Thompson struck out swinging his first time, but is yet to see a strike in this second at-bat. Two balls, no strikes. Sorensen still out there after the mound visit. Everyone back into their positions. Danny Mao way into shallow right field. And now the 2-0 pitch, an outside fastball, 3-0. Really struggling to find the zone is Sorensen. Way outside. It went to the backstop. And the runners will move up via the walk, though they would have moved up regardless of the count after a pitch like that. Two outs, but the base is loaded. And now the go-ahead run on first base. Bennett Summers on third, Martis on second, Thompson on first. The pitch comes home, and finally a strike in there from Sorensen. And that is going to be a welcome sight. No balls and 1 strike. The infield at standard depth. Danny Mao perhaps playing in a step or two shorter than he normally would, with the 8-hitter up. Alexander looks at the 0-1 blaze high, 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike, 2 outs. The Bobcats trying to respond. They've put up 1 this inning and potential to do a lot more damage. 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch, a fastball just high of the letters and a tad outside, 2-1. Two balls and a strike. The defense waiting for a ball to come to him. The 2-1 is a fastball in the inside corner, taken for a called strike. 2-2. That's a big strike for Sorensen, just a strike away from getting out of this inning. 5-3 your score, bases juiced. Sorensen will come set, and Alexander will await the 2-2. Here it is, the slide step, fastball at the knees, called strike 3. Sorensen doesn't have the prettiest end of innings, but he gets out with just 1 run against. We head to the 4th, or rather the bottom of the 3rd when we get back. Back live here in the bottom of the 3rd. 5-3 your score between the Merchants and the Bobcats. First pitch incoming to Jake Stewart. Misses the strike zone. Ball 1. Some stretching. Brett Granger in the Blue Caps bullpen after a strugglesome inning for Sorensen. And there's a strike to Stewart. Perhaps a smidge low, but gets the benefit of the call, and it's 1-1. Pitch coming from Clifton. Out there in his 3rd inning of work, misses the zone outside. Perhaps a tad surprising given the constant action in the bullpen for the Bobcats and the fact that Clifton's given up 5 runs in this one. Gets another inning and delivers a 2-1 curveball on the outside part, or the inside of the plate. And it is a called strike. 2-2. Curveball, golfed into right center field. That's down for extra bases. It's gonna be cut off. But still, Jake Stewart gonna try, and he is gunned down by a mile. I think Jake Stewart might have agreed with me and prematurely called extra bases. He was out by 30 feet. What a play from Chase Weiss to stop that ball from getting to the wall, spinning and firing and delivering an absolute strike. Oh boy. A first pitch ball to Mason Nauman. That ball was heading to the wall. Ground ball, foul. So what was a leadoff hit turns into a out here to begin the bottom of the 3rd. 1 out, 1-1 pitch. Nauman. Foul ball. 1-2. Mason Nauman flew out. 1-2. Curveball, fouls it away again. He flew out to right field. His first time up, Trey Thompson made the catch, and now the lefty back in the box to face the right-handed throwing Clifton. A ball and 2 strikes. The pitch from the windup, a curveball, tried to sneak it in across the letters, but missed just a tad high. 2-2. The pitch just outside. Full count pitch from Clifton. High fastball swung on and missed. 2 down. Nauman went off the high fastball. 2 down here. Two down, bases empty. Dawson Foster, the 8-hole hitter who flew out to shallow right center last time, will bat. And he hits a high fly ball into right center. Trey Thompson will cut over as the ball hooks into dead right. And it's caught for the out. They're going to say it actually came out of Thompson's glove, but they will call it out on the transfer. We head to the 4th after an uneventful bottom of the 3rd. Back live for the top half of the 4th inning. Griffin Leonard with you for today's KCL second game of the doubleheader. After Colin Whitty called the Blue Caps knocking out the ground Sloths, it's the Merchants and the Bobcats here on the KCL YouTube channel. First pitch way high. Will Strell is in there for the first time into the batter's box. Or rather, for the second time. He struck out swinging his first time. And the first pitch high for a ball, 1-0. It's Sorensen out there for inning number 2 of work, and he misses high once again. I'm surprised to see Sorensen out there again, considering the control issues. And it is 2-0. Misses way outside. Sorensen, after a couple of 4-pitch walks last year, have now fallen behind once again. 3 balls and no strikes. The right-hander collects and now comes home. Fastball, inside corner, gets the called strike. Strell was about ready to toss the bat away. 3 balls and a strike after the 3-0 was in there. 3-1, a ground ball to the shortstop. Morton collects and on one hop throws to first in time. Calm and collected from the shortstop after an error earlier in the game, and there's one away. Merchants lead by 2 here against the Bobcats. One out, and it's the top of the order. Alec McGinnis looks at a first pitch just off the inside edge, and I think the frame job from Foster didn't exactly help, and it's 1-0. From Sorensen outside, and he falls behind 2-0. And this is yet another problem. He got the ground out on the 3-1 pitch, but you're not always going to come out victorious when you fall behind. But he gets another ground ball on the 2-0, and it's off the glove of Mao. It ate up Danny Mao into right field. He knows he should have had one. That was a can of corn. It was as easy as it's going to get. It bounced straight up to his waist and bounced off of his left hip into the outfield. So both of the middle infielders have now committed an error for the Merchants, and the Bobcats have a man on. Man on first, one away. Dan Moselle, 1 for 2. He singled to left his last time. They throw to first, and back standing up is McGinnis. First pitch. Runner breaks. The pitch is in there for a strike. The throw down might have been in time, but it bounces off the glove of Mao and into center field. McGinnis steals the base. That should be a stolen base. I believe the hands would have gotten in there, but we'll wait on the official scoring. It was announced as a stolen base in the ballpark. But the count's 0-1. McGinnis now stands on second. Pitch on the outside corner for a called strike. Oh and 2. Sorensen getting ahead of this one. And he stares down McGinnis before coming home with the 0-2. Low and away, 1 ball and 2 strikes. A ball and 2 strikes. Here it is from Sorensen. Reaching for it and poking it foul is Moselle. One ball and 2 strikes once again. Sorensen kicking the deal. High fastball just tipped off of the glove of Foster into the backstop. So the count stays alive and another 1-2 incoming. One and 2, 1 out. The pitch. Runner breaking. It's inside. The throw down to third is well in time, but it was high, and he did not get him. Foster, frustrated, nearly threw his mask to the ground in disgust. He would have had McGinnis by a mile, but the throw was high. So another stolen base for the leadoff man for the Bobcats in this lineup. And they have a man on third with 1 away. And now just 90 feet and can score without a hit. Huge stuff for the Bobcats. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch from Sorensen is high, 3-2. And this is the benefit of playing small ball. You make the pitcher work, You move up when you can, and now he doesn't even have to register a base hit. He can put it into play, and depending on where the ball is hit, McGinnis may be able to come in to score. 3-2, and it was all because of an error. Here it is. Inside, ball 4. And I believe they said it hit him. Oh, boy. And now the Blue Caps will come out to the mound, and I believe they're going to make a pitching change. We're going to take a break. When we get back, a new face on the mound to replace Sorensen here on the KCL YouTube network. A new man on the mound for the Merchants, and it is Brett Granger, the Illinois Central Community College player, and he comes out of Morton, Illinois. He'll pitch. The right-hander will face the 3-4-5 hitters. Chase Weiss, dangerous, single to right field last time, has runners on the corners. He pops the first pitch foul down the first base line and off one of the suites. A first pitch strike. Runners on the corners for the Bobcats. The tying run is on first. So the sun has set here at the Corn Crib, an hour 15 of game time, just about to reach the halfway point. 0-1. It is popped in the infield. Opportunity for a big second out. Mao is called off by the first baseman. Now, man, and there's 2 away. That is huge. A pop-up in the infield. So the runners hold on the corners, and now it's Hayden Stork. Now with no room for error. 2 down. Down 2 runs. Here it is. Fastball at the knees, strike 1. Good spot on that first pitch from Brett Granger. The right-hander ahead in the count. The bat in the left hand of Hayden Stork. Now he brings it to his body, rocking back and forth on that back shoulder. Here's the 0-1, and he chops it foul to the left of the third base coach, and it's 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes, but a big opportunity for the Merchants to get out of this inning unscathed. Granger brings the ball to his chest. Another 0-2. Here it is. The slide step delivery. Curveball back to the backstop. It'll score 1. Moselle, who was stealing on the pitch, strolls into second, and a run scores. 5-4, and that is a massive mistake on 0-2. Granger needing to recover now with the tying run at second base. Here's the delivery, 1-2. He stares down the runner on second, now comes home. Fastball, sawed him off, but fouls it away. Stork stays alive. A ball and 2 strikes. Kick and the deal. A curveball that was way high. Two. The count's even with 2 outs. Granger stares down Moselle and comes home. Hit high into center field. Going back is Horsham. It's over his head and it's to the wall. This game is tied. Going around second and heading to third is Stork, and he slides at first ahead of the throw. It's a 2-out RBI triple to tie this ball game. Whew, what a game we have here. 5-5. Bennett Summers will bat. And here's the first pitch with 2 down. A soft ground ball, third base side. Coming over is Kahn. He throws to first in time. So they escape the inning, but not before surrendering the lead. It's 5-5 here as we head to the bottom of the 4th. Bottom half of inning number 4. If you're looking to come out to some Corn Belters baseball, oh boy, do we have the weekend for you. A doubleheader Friday night against the Clinton Lumber Kings before they host Springfield on Saturday night and Lafayette on Sunday night to wrap up the first half of the season. We turn to the bottom of the 4th, where the Merchants will try to take back the lead once again. A first pitch fouled off by Danny Mao. Mao in the box, 1 for 1 with a single his first time. 0-1. A second pitch curveball in there for his strike. A new face on the mound. It's Clay Gadboys for the Bobcats out of Kankakee Community College and hometown of Kankakee, Illinois. 0-2 to the 9-hole hitting Mao, and he strikes out on 3 pitches. Quickly to work goes Gadboy, and there is 1 down. Top of the order rolls around once again for the Merchants, and it is Ashton Horsham who's flown out twice. First to right center, and the second time to left. One down. Bases empty for the Merchants. Tie game at 5. First pitch from Gadboy is on the outside corner for a strike. 4 pitches, 4 strikes for the reliever, who relieved Cameron Clifton, who pitched 3 innings. 0-1. The right-hander out of the windup takes a step back with his left, brings it up and comes forward. Misses just a little low with the 0-1. The count's even. Count even at 1 with 1 away. Horsham batting first in this lineup. Takes a slider that broke in on his hands, diving down nearly hitting his back foot. 2-1. Two balls and a strike. Horsham, the left-handed hitter, awaits the pitch. Here it is. Fastball swung on and missed at the top of the zone, maybe a little bit high. And the count is even at 2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Here it is from Clay Gadboy. Popped up, left side, hooking foul, but chased down in foul territory by Brady Alexander. It's the 3rd flyout for the leadoff man. Good range from Alexander, who is playing a couple of steps closer to center field because of the left-handed hitting Horsham, able to range over and make the play. Two outs, base is empty for Clay Kahn, who is singled and been hit by a pitch. First pitch he turns on, but it's inside. It doesn't hit him, and it is a ball. That pitch is in there for a strike, 1-1. One ball and 1 strike. Kahn, the lefty, in the box, and the pitch comes in. A slider on the outside corner for a called strike, 1-2. 2 outs, and the base is empty. Clay Kahn trying to extend this inning for the Merchants. The game is tied at 5. The Merchants out hitting the Bobcats 7-6. 1-2 pitch incoming. The windup coming from Gadboy. He brings his left leg up, and the pitch comes home at the letters, strike 3. Rung him up, and that ends the inning. We head to the 5th tie ball game between the Bobcats and the Merchants. Here live for the 5th inning. And we're going to have a guest here in the booth here in a little bit. I'm excited to have somebody to talk to, firstly. Not that I don't love hanging out with you all who've tuned in, and we hope to see an entertaining end to this game. It's 5-5 as we stand heading into the top half of the 5th. And a first pitch hit hard into left field, down for a base hit. It's a leadoff single for Martis. And the Bobcats are cooking here in the top half of the 5th. Trey Thompson will follow him up. It's the 2nd inning out on the mound for Brett Granger, the Morton native. Right on left matchup, Trey Thompson, who struck out swinging and walked earlier in this game. Ground ball right side. Diving stop by the first baseman Nauman. They throw to second, but it's off of the runner. The ball bounces into left field. Moving up to third is Martis, and that is a disaster. Oh, Nauman with a dive and then threw the ball off the helmet of Martis trying to get into second base, and everybody's safe. So Thompson on first, and the runners are on the corners with nobody out. It's Brady Alexander, the 8-hole, hitting. He's 1 for 2. A called strikeout his last time after singling his first appearance. Takes a swinging strike, swung on and missed, 0-1. The scoreboard looks identical, both sides, 5 runs, 7 hits, and 2 errors. The middle infield ready for a double play. It would score a run, but at least they'd get a couple of outs. 0-1 upcoming from Granger. Here's the slide step delivery. Popped way up in the air. Camped under it is Clay Kahn, and he makes the catch. There's one away. That's a huge first out. The runners hold, and now they're a double play away from getting out of the inning. So I wonder if we'll see the runner try to move up from first to second. Trey Thompson, a little bit of speed over there at first base. We'll see if he can get moving to take away the double play opportunity. Will Strell grounded out his last time to shortstop. The left-hander in the box. Runners on the corners, and now the pitch from Granger. A pop fly foul over the concourse and out into the parking lot. No balls and a strike to the 9-hole hitting Strell. It'll be followed up by McGinnis and Moselle, assuming we get that far in the inning. No balls and a strike. The Merchants defense ready for a ground ball. Here it comes 0-1, and it's grounded, but foul. No balls and 2 strikes. 0-2 in a hole is Will Strell. And it's Brett Granger out on the mound trying to get out of this jam. 0-2. Leg kick and the delivery. And that hit the batter. Hits him on 0-2. Inexcusable from the Merchants pitcher. Oh, boy. Bases loaded, 1 out. And the top of the order will come up. You cannot do that. 0-2 with, at least based on the lineup, the worst hitter on the team up at the plate, and you plunk him to put him on base and load the bases. So tie game, bases loaded, top half of the 5th. 1 out with Martis on third, Thompson on second, and Strell at first. The infield is kind of halfway in. The pitch from Granger is on the inner half, called a strike, right up there by the elbow, but in that top inside corner. No balls and a strike. Granger, the right-hander, stares longingly into his catcher Foster, taking a long time up there, really just trying to disrupt the pace of the hitter McGinnis. Set for a while as well. Here's the 0-1. Popped into right center field. That's going to have some carry on it. Is anybody going to get there? No! And it is a ground rule. No, the ball landed in play. 2 runs are going to score. Coming around first is Strell. The throw comes to the plate. Not in time. A bases clearing double from the leadoff man, Alec McGinnis. 8-5. The Bobcats have exploded here in the last couple of innings. And it's the second bases clearing hit in this game, the first by the Merchants, and now the Bobcats give them a taste of their own medicine, and they lead for the first time today. They tied the game for the second time last inning, and now a bases clearing double gets the job done. Pitch from Granger misses inside to Dan Moselle. A first pitch ball, and I wonder if Granger is feeling the pressure now. Down 3. A ball and no strikes. The runner's on the move. Strike, throw down to third. Runner came off the bag, but the tag was never applied. So he is safe. Clay Kahn caught the ball over at third, but never really made an effort to apply the tag. And I'm not sure, had the tag been applied, if McGinnis had fully come off of the bag, but it certainly would have made sense to at least put the tag on him and make the umpire make a decision. 1-1 after the called strike. Another run just 90 feet away now. Dan Moselle, 1 for 2, a hit by pitch his last time, but singled in his second at-bat. Facing the 1-1 pitch. Here it is from the belt. Hit hard into left field, down for a base hit over the glove of Clay Kahn. An RBI single makes it 9-5. The wheels are coming off for the Merchants. The third multi-run inning, and now the biggest inning of the game overall, with 4 across in this half. So here comes Chase Weiss. He's hit the ball to the right side all 3 times. And there's a hard ground ball, right, left side. Double play opportunity. Kahn to second. Throw to first is skipped in the dirt, and it heads to the dugout. Weiss will round first and head to second on the errant throw by Danny Mao. It's his second error of the game. So they get the fielder's choice. Two outs, top of the 5th. A strike for strike 1, 0-1. A swinging strike on the fastball. No balls and a strike. 2 outs, man on second base. Ripped to the shortstop. Coming over is Morton. He throws to first in time to retire the side. 9-5, your score. And we will head to break. The Merchants have some work to do. After taking an early lead, they now trail by 4 after a couple of big innings. 9 runs spread across 4 innings for the Bobcats, and they take the lead. 9-5. First pitch outside to the leadoff man. It's Cody Morton who made the play to end the inning. He now bats in the 3 spot and takes a 1-0 outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Luca Morelli awaits in the on-deck circle, followed by Chris Casey, the 3-4-5, set to come up in this half. 2-0 to the leadoff man. Big swing and a miss on the fastball at the knees. A swinging strike. 2-1. Some action in the bullpen. A left-hander throwing for the Blue Caps. And here's the 2-1 from the windup for Dad Boys, and he just misses outside. 3-1. 3-1 count. Got Boys, and that pitch is popped up into right field. Thompson coming over, and it hooks right into his glove, 1 away. A quick out for the Bobcats, 1 away in the bottom of the 5th. It's the 4-hitter, the cleanup, Luca Morelli. Not much to clean up with the bases empty, but he bats with 1 down. The righty looks at the first pitch curveball. Falls right down onto the heart of the plate, but he lets it go by. 0-1. No balls and a strike. Clay Gadboys deals the 0-1. It's another curveball, this time in the dirt, and it skips all the way back to the backstop. Bounces back to the catcher, and they'll reuse the baseball. 1-1. Count even with 1 away. Luca Morelli hit a triple. Well, it was scored a double with an error. That cleared the bases and gave the Merchants their biggest spurt of offense, but since then have been held scoreless. Pitch to Morelli, way outside, 2-1. Two balls and a strike. The Bobcats infield, the middle infielders in the outfield, a couple steps deep of the quote-unquote dirt as the pitch once again finds the backstop, the fastball getting away from Gadboys. The right-hander out of Kankakee Community College trying to shut down the Merchants here in the 5th. Tough part of the order to do it. 3-1, the pitch. Fastball fouled off of the foot. Or are they going to call that a fair ball? They're going to call that fair. Morelli is claiming that that hit his foot. They're going to have a conversation between the home plate umpire and the first base umpire. Luca Morelli hardly left the batter's box, but the umpire called it fair and let the play continue. They'll have a conversation. So difficult for the first base umpire to make that call from 100 feet away, but sometimes the view blocked from behind the plate, so the base umpire has to be the one to make that decision. It would be 3-2 with a foul ball. It would be the second out should it stand. A long conversation between our umpires. Morelli standing in the box, waiting to continue his at-bat, and they are going to call it a foul ball. So 3-2, the at-bat will continue. And I feel like it's one of those you can kind of tell, because as the hitter, you're either going to run or you're not going to run. You're not going to hit the ball and just instantaneously pretend it hit your foot. There's going to be a reason why in that exact moment when all the adrenaline kicks in, you don't run. And in the end, they get the call right. 3-2, swung on and missed. Same result, the second out of the inning. So Morelli goes down swinging instead of a ground out, but 2 outs nonetheless. And Chris Casey will be the next hitter to step into the box. 9-5, your score between the Bobcats and the Merchants. The Merchants haven't scored since the second inning, and look like a 0 might be going onto the board once again. That curveball landed 3 feet short of the plate, 1-0. One ball, no strikes, 2 outs. Jake Stewart awaiting it on deck if they get there, but a foul ball back to the screen, 1-1. Jake Stewart was standing in the green part of this turf, probably no less than 50 feet away from home plate. I would be terrified if there were to be a line drive over in his direction. No time to get out of the way from where he's standing. 1-1. The pitch from Gadbois. A curveball down the heart of the plate, 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The Merchants trying to get something going. Here's the pitch from Gadbois. Curveball swung on and missed. Drop third, strike, they throw to first in time. We head to the 6th. Frustration in the first base dugout as the Bobcats continue to roll here in Normal. Welcome back to the Corn Crib here in beautiful Normal, Illinois. Dark skies as we enter the 6th inning of play. The Bobcats lead by 4. It's the 5, 6, 7 hitters. Bennett Summers will bat. Some miscommunication, perhaps. It's Jake Stewart on the mound for the Merchants. He was in the field. He's in left, and now he is pitching. Time will tell. I'll see if I can get whoever's in left. And I may be on the younger side, but I don't think anybody's eyesight is that good to be able to see who's all the way down there in left field. But here's the first pitch from Jake Stewart. He misses outside. Interesting that they're turning to a position player, down only 4, but perhaps a two-way player at Lakeland Community College. On my sheet, it just says an outfielder, but I very well could have been wrong. 2-0. Stewart, with his glove in front of the lower half of his face, now goes into his wind-up, brings the knee up and comes forward. The lefty delivers a foul ball hit to the right side and out of play, 2-1. KCL baseball will be back at it tomorrow night, but no stream here tomorrow night. The Corn Belters are on the road in Clinton, and we'll have another away game broadcasted to you from Clinton, Iowa. It's the Lumber Kings taking on the Corn Belters. We'll see a lot of the Lumber Kings in the next couple of days as they come here for a doubleheader the night after. But Evan Schmeiser will be on the solo call for that one. 2-2, the pitch. Flare hit, second base side over the glove of Danny Mao. It's a leadoff single. If you missed Evan and my call in Danville yesterday, you missed quite the collection of stories about pig racing. And time will tell what you hear tomorrow, but it's must-see TV. Don't miss Evan Schmeiser on the call for Lumber Kings and the Corn Belters. After the leadoff single, it's Nick Martis, who will hit. The right-handed hitter reached via single his last time up. First pitch ball from Stewart. Summers leads off first. Back at the bag for now and adjusting his shin guard, tossing it over to his first base coach. Now takes his lead. He's held on by Mason Nauman. 1-0. The lefty stares him down and now comes to the plate. The pitch is fouled off and the bat sails toward the third base coaching box. The third base coach running out of the way. Oh boy, that's a scary sight. A bat flying at you. Flew about 75 feet down the line and now will be handed back to Martis. I believe the bat broke. Or did it? No, they're just going to apply some more pine tar because clearly the bat wasn't sticky enough. You know, when I played baseball, I guess you could say a naturalist when it came to swinging. No batting gloves, no tar, and no grip on the bat. Just the hands and the handle of the bat. And here's the 1-1. And a swing and a miss, 1-2. Was that detrimental to my batting average? Quite possibly. But it worked for me. A ball and 2 strikes. Nick Martis, the right-handed hitter, back into the box. He faces the lefty Stewart. Runner breaks. He comes home. Foul ball to my right. Out of play. 1-2 remains the count. Sparse crowd at the Corn Crib tonight. But hopefully a couple of big turnouts this weekend with Corn Belters on the way. And as this KCL season reaches its conclusion in a couple of weeks, hopefully a nice turnout for the playoffs. I'm looking forward to the bracket play. Stewart lobs a ball over to his first baseman, but back easy is Bennett Summers. Runner on the move, pitch high, throw down to second is not in time. Just ahead of the throw, sliding in there is Summers. So standing on second now, Bennett Summers, as it looks like we're having camera issues again. Oh boy. I'll fix those in just a moment. It's because this game is already 1 hour and 53 minutes in. And that pitch is in there for a called strike. Martis goes down looking on a fastball on the outer half. And Stewart gets his first out. The runner holds at second base. And there is one away. Trey Thompson will bat with one away and a man in scoring position. One out. First pitch from Stewart, a looper that is just outside, 1-0. As we once again get the camera back up and running for you. One 0 the count. Runner on second, one away. Summers with a shuffle now heading back towards second. As another looper comes home, this time high, 2-0. Two and 0, a hitter's count for Trey Thompson, who watches the 2-0 fastball on the outside corner. It's a called strike, 2-1. Reached on an error. It was hit to the first base bag, and it was a throw off the helmet of his base runner, but reached. And now the runner's breaking for third. Pitch outside. The throw is wide. Otherwise, I think they would have had him. Dawson Foster has not had the day he's wanted behind the plate. A couple of really opportune chances for some thrown out batters, or runners rather, and instead another stolen base. So the Bobcats move a runner up to third, and with one out, it's a 3-1 count and another run 90 feet away. 3-1. Here it is. Fastball swung on and missed. That one had some speed taken off, looked to be a slider, and it's 3-2. Full count delivery upcoming from Jake Stewart. He lifts the leg up and comes forward. Swung on and missed. That's a big second out. Strikes him out on the full count fastball, and there are two away. Two down, and it is Brady Alexander, the 8-hole hitter, batting for the Bobcats. Runner on third. First pitch, sky high, foul territory. Dawson Foster comes over, but it lands out of play, bouncing into the seats. A first pitch strike, and it is 0-1. Oh, and 1 count. Stewart, the left-hander, back onto the mound. Alexander awaiting the 0-1 pitch. From the windup with the man on third goes Stewart. Raised the leg for a long time and delivers a curveball that stays way outside. Uneven count at 1-1, 2 down in the top half of the sixth. 9-5 is your score here between the Bobcats and the Merchants. Stewart deals the 1-1, a fastball low, 2 balls and a strike. Two balls and a strike. A hitter's advantage as Stewart dials up the 2-1. Here it is. Fastball, maybe a changeup. Swung on and missed. 2-2 the count as it goes even once again. Stewart trying to get out of this inning and put a 0 up onto the board. It would be the first time the Merchants would have done that defensively since inning number 1, when the Bobcats went down 1-2-3 to begin the game. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The lefty kick and deliver. Popped up, foul ground right over the dugout and out of play. Stewart with the glove positioned at his chest brings it down and begins his motion. The 2-ball, 2-strike pitch. A changeup once again struck him out. They escape the inning, a swinging strikeout, and we head to the bottom of the sixth. 9-5 is your score, with the Bobcats maintaining their lead. Back here for the bottom half of inning number 6. The Merchants trail by 4 with just 2 innings to claw back into this one. And it is Jake Stewart, the left-hander, who pitched the last inning and to hit now for the boys in blue. First pitch from Gadboys, lifted into left field. It'll hang down, it'll fall for a leadoff base hit. It looked like he was going to hang up for the left fielder and instead fell in front of Brady Alexander. It's a leadoff single. And the Merchants might be cooking something up here in inning number 6. Mason Nauman 0 for 2 today. He will bat, another left-hander, to face Gadboys, who's out there for his 3rd inning of work. Slide step delivery, and the first pitch is in there for a strike. A curveball, maybe more of a sweeper that found the bottom half of the zone. Wasn't necessarily vertical movement, but it did break quite a lot as the 0-1 misses high with the fastball. Count even at 1. Jake Stewart leading off of first base. Nauman struck out swinging his last time and flew out in his first at-bat, so 0 for 2. Here it is. He hits it into left center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Station to station go the base runners. And it's second and first with 1 out. Or, pardon, no 1 out. 2 base hits to start the inning. So maybe a late run at it from the Merchants. And a quick meeting on the mound between Gadboy and his catcher, Martis. Trying to slow down the roll of these Merchant hitters. Dawson Foster in the 8-hole will bat, the catcher, with 2 on and no 1 out. First pitch from Clay. A curveball outside, ball 1. Want to know the pitch, slide step, fastball on the outside corner first, called strike. 1-1. A ball and a strike, fastball once again, same spot, same result, strike 2. Danny Mao, the second baseman, in the on-deck circle, will bat after Foster's at-bat concludes. Runners on second and first and no 1 out. A ball and 2 strikes. Corners back, middle infield, ready for the double play. This fastball misses outside and the count is 2-2. The outfield playing relatively shallow after a couple of short base hits to begin the inning. Trying to cut off the ball and maybe keep Stewart from scoring on a shallow single. Swung on, and yes, he hung on to that baseball. Martis didn't throw it right back to his pitcher. It looked perhaps like the ball had been fouled, but it is a swinging strike, and there is 1 away. Danny Mao, 1 for 2, struck out last time. He will bat, and then the field, or the batting order, will flip around to the top for the 3rd time. 1 down, 2 on for the Merchants. First pitch from Gadboys outside. The curveball started on the outside corner, but broke far away, and it's 1-0. Stewart at second, being held on by Bennett Summers. And the pitch comes home. A fastball on the outside corner. Based on the framework, didn't look like it was going to get the call, but 1-1 says the home plate umpire, and it is uneven to count. Double play opportunity still for the Bobcats, and a swinging strike on the 1-1. A fastball blew it right by him, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Mao struck out swinging his last time, trying to avoid the same mistake. Here it is, the 1-2. Swung on and missed. A high fastball chased it out of the zone, and there are 2 away. So now it rests on the leadoff man, Ashton Horsham, who is 0 for 3 with not 1, not 2, but 3 flyouts today. He will have to convert for the Merchants to get back into this one. 2 away. Clay Kahn awaits on the on-deck circle. Here it is to Horsham. On the outside corner, just missed. Ball 1. Ahead in the count is the leadoff hitter. 1 fly out to right center and a couple to left field. The last one of which in foul territory as the 1-0 sneaks down low with the changeup, 2-0. Two balls and no strikes. The lefty awaits the 2-0. Gadbois checks on second, comes home, and fires a fastball on the outside corner. Called strike for a 2-1 count. Horsham maybe didn't like it, but he's back in the box, 2-1. Left on right, with the right-handed pitcher getting set to come home with a 2-1 pitch. From the belt. Inside corner fastball called strike 2. That's a big one. Count is even to Ashton Horsham. 2-2. 2 outs. Second baseman Bennett Summers in the outfield. And the ball's hit right at him. Fields it on a knee and throws to first. And the side is retired. 2 early singles, but the runners get held right there. We go to the 7th. 9-5 the score. We've reached the 7th inning. It's the 9-1-2 hitters for the Bobcats, up 4. And it is Will Streld to begin the inning. Designated hitter today, 0 for 2 with a strikeout, a ground out, and was hit by a pitch his last time up. Jake Stewart back out there for another inning of work. Some miscommunication, but now getting set to begin the inning. Stewart, the left-handed pitcher on the mound, will face the 9-1-2 hitters. Lefty on lefty, first pitch, fastball in the dirt, ball 1. A state of silence has passed over the corn crib as they await the next pitch. 1-0. Curveball, high. He's got that looper that breaks a ton, but he starts it so high it just doesn't have time to come all the way back down. So the count's 2-0. Here it is. Fastball on the outside corner for a called strike. 2-1 the count. Here it is. In the dirt, 3-1. Strell trying to reach base for the second time today. He'll be followed up by Alec McGinnis and Dan Moselle. 3-1 the count to the leadoff man in the inning number 7. From the windup, the pitch, high, ball 4. A leadoff walk for Will Strell. He reaches base for the second time today. And it'll bring up Alec McGinnis, who smoked a double into right center field to break this game wide open. McGinnis doubled, stole third, and then scored later in the inning. He is the 9th and final run to this point for the Bobcats. First pitch strike in there on the inner half of the zone from Stewart. Stewart started the day in left field, now pitching for the Merchants. And here's the pitch. Outside fastball, just outside, 1-1. Although Foster was set up on the inner half of the plate, so kind of had to dive to his right and made the pitch look a little farther outside than it probably was. A ball and a strike. Leading off of first is Will Strell, crouched at the knees. Here's the pitch. Top of the strike zone, fouled away, 1-2. It either went off the top of the catcher or the pad of the umpire, but both seem fine. 1-2 the count. Stewart trying to register his first out of the inning. The 1-2 pitch upcoming from the lefty. In the dirt, gets away from Foster. Running to second and sliding in safely is Will Strell. On the wild pitch. Advances 90 feet. 2-2. It was a slider on the inner half and just got away from the catcher Foster, who was trying to block the baseball, bounced away from him toward the Bobcat dugout, and by the time he scrambled over to it and made the throw, Strell had his hands on second base. 2-2 pitch upcoming. Here it is. Fastball hit high into the air. Center field going back is Horsham. Under it, makes the catch for the first out, and Strell retreats to second base. So Dan Moselle will bat 2 for 3 today. Has Strell on second base and bats with 1 out. First pitch on the outside, just off the outside edge for a ball. Here's the pitch. 1-0, taken low. The game slowed down a little bit here in inning number 7, despite the zeros on the scoreboard. a little less intensity from both of these two teams. Two balls, no strikes. The right-handed hitter Moselle back into the box with a hitter's count. Stewart checks on Strell at second before coming home, and the ball's lifted high in the air, deep in the infield, but not far, and the shortstop Morton comes over to claim it. He retreated a step or two into the outfield, but made the catch, and it holds Strell at second and creates the second out. First pitch to the three-hole hitter Chase Weiss down low for a ball. One ball and no strikes. A ball taken, ball two, and it is 2-0. Coming set is Stewart. Behind in the count, trying to work out of this inning. Here's the 2-0, and it is swung on and missed by Chase Weiss. Weiss is 1 for 3 today. He walked his last time, but has a couple of infield flyouts and a single to the opposite field. He's hit the ball exclusively to the right side today. 2 balls and a strike. The windup in the pitch, the ball is fouled off to the right side, well out of play, and the count is even at 2. Count even at 2 with 2 outs. Runner on second base and a 4-run cushion for the Bobcats. Here it is. Popped away, foul. We'll have another 2-2 here with Stewart back into the stretch and delivers a looper. And that one almost hit the backstop on the fly. Oh my goodness. A smile on his face, maybe a slightly embarrassed smile from Stewart, who threw it about 15 feet over the head of his catcher, Foster. I think the only way that could have been more embarrassing is if Chase Weiss swung at it. 3-2, the count full, and the payoff pitch incoming from the left-hander to the right-handed hitting Weiss. Payoff pitch to try to get out of the inning. Missed him and lost him. Ball 4, and the inning continues. Runners on the corners with 2 away in the top half of inning number 7. Bobcats trying to add to their 4-run lead. The Merchants trying to put themselves in a position to come back, but they haven't scored in about an hour and 15 minutes. They pick off to first. The runner is on the move. They throw to second. Not in time. Oh my goodness. Around the tag went Weiss. And because of the throw, Strell came in to score. So Weiss steals second without a pitch, and Strell comes in on the throw. 10-5. An odd sequence of events gives the Bobcats a 5-run lead, and Hayden Stork will now face his first pitch, and it's a fastball on the upper part of the zone for a called strike. Oh, 1. Fouled off the glove and maybe off the mask of Dawson Foster, who's adjusting his headgear, but he appears to be all right. 0-2 the count. A new ball into play with 2 away. A run up on the board for the Bobcats, but the Merchants can limit the damage with an out here. Stork with the triple today. 1-2. Swung on and missed. Gets out of the inning, and the score is 10-5. We head to the bottom of the 7th, right here on the KCL YouTube channel. Bottom half of inning number 7. It's the 2-3-4 hitters for the Merchants. The last at-bats of the day. If the Merchants can score exactly 5, we'd have a home run derby. Otherwise, this game would be over. It's Clay Kahn to lead it off. The left-hander in the box to face Gadboy, who has pitched since the 3rd. And Kahn lifts a high fly ball left side, foul, and out of play, strike 1. The pitch to Kahn, out just a bit up. The count is even at 1. And here's the pitch to Kahn, and it is taken low for ball 2. Two balls and a strike. Here's the pitch from Gadboys, and it is on the inner half of the plate, but maybe just a tad off, called by our home plate umpire, 3-1. A hitter's count for the leadoff man in the 7th. And here it is. Ground ball, right side, hit hard but foul. We've lost our camera again. We're going to go audio only for the remainder of this broadcast. We do apologize. The batteries couldn't quite make it through the doubleheader. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Clay Kahn. The pitch. High, taken ball 4. A leadoff walk to Kahn. The first of many steps necessary to get back into this game. Cody Morton will hit for the Merchants. 2 for 3 with a couple of line drive singles. And a fly out his last time up. Infield set to turn 2, and the pitch is missed high, ball 1. Luca Morelli in the on-deck circle will bat next. in the cleanup spot today. 1 ball and no strikes. Ground ball. This could be 2. Going to first after stepping on the bag is Alec McGinnis. He did it himself. Double play. It's a 6-3 double play. So there's 2 down now in the bottom of the 7th. The Merchants down to their last out. It's Luca Morelli, who has a double and a couple of strikeouts. First pitch from Clay Gadbois. Fouled off over the screen and out of play. 0-1. It'll be Chris Casey hitting if they get that far. He's swinging with 2 bats, a brown one and a tan bat in the on-deck circle. And here's the 0-1. A curveball in there for a strike, and the Merchants are down to their final strike. 0-2. The Bobcats were down by 2 from the jump, down by as many as 3, but they have stormed back, claiming 10 of the game's final 13 runs to this point as the 0-2 misses low. 1 ball and 2 strikes. One ball, 2 strikes, the count. Luca Morelli, the right-handed hitter, adjusting his batting gloves a couple inches behind the batter's box, now steps in, stares down Clay Gadbois, who comes into the stretch, and will deal the 1-2. Fastball, a few inches off the plate. It was outside, and the count is even. 2-2 the count. Gadbois collects himself and now steps onto the rubber. In the windup, up with the leg and forward. Swung on and missed. That will do it. The Bobcats defeat the Merchants 10-5 off of 10 hits and forcing 4 errors. That'll do it for our coverage of the KCL today. We thank you for joining us, and we hope to have you tune in tomorrow night for Corn Belchers baseball on the KCL network. It's the Corn Belchers against the Lumber Kings. But until then, I've been Griffin Leonard. Colin Whitty had game 1. We thank him for coming out, and we will see you again soon. Have a good night, folks.